to the Sleepy Club, a place where history breathes softly, where knowledge drifts in like a gentle breeze, and where you can unwind while traveling through time. Tonight's story carries us across a vast continent, into forests, mountains, prairies, and ancient rivers. Before there was a United States, before colonies, before explorers, there were the first peoples of this land, nations with rich languages, skyborne myths, and wisdom shaped by thousands of years. This tale sits somewhere between history, science, and memory, a slow drifting journey through civilizations, cultures, ideas, all gently woven into one long, peaceful dream. Before we begin, I'd love to ask you something. After the story ends, do you prefer the animation to keep flowing softly for a while? Or do you like the screen to fade into a calm, cozy black? Let me know what helps you relax the most. As you listen tonight, let your shoulders loosen, your breath slow, and your mind settle like lantern light on calm water. Feel the day melt away and allow sleep to approach at its own gentle pace. If you enjoy learning while you drift toward rest, don't forget to subscribe so you can join us again for more quiet journeys through knowledge and time. Now, take a slow, deep breath in and let it go. Softly, let your eyes grow heavy and your thoughts grow quiet. Tonight, we travel across centuries, through the footsteps of ancient nations, the rise of new settlements, the meeting of worlds, and the birth of a country. This is the story of America's dawn. A solitary traveler stands on a quiet train station platform at dawn, breath visible in the cool air. The sky lightens from indigo to a pale gold, revealing empty tracks stretching into mist. In the stillness, dust motes dance in warm light that slants through the station's old glass panes. The scene feels suspended between night and day, as if time itself holds its breath. Dwell on the beauty of life. Watch the stars and see yourself running with them, wrote Marcus Aurelius. And indeed, a few fading stars still glimmer above, inviting the traveler's mind to wander. Cradling a cup of morning coffee beside a historian's open journal, they inhale the aroma and close their eyes, imagining the generations who have passed this way. In the gentle silence, past and present begin to blur. The first train is yet to arrive. For now, there is only the hush of dawn and the distant cry of a bird. The traveler's heart beats with a quiet excitement, sensing that beyond the ordinary lie whispers of an older, grander story. Time, memory, identity. These drift like the station's thin fog, ready to carry the traveler on a journey beyond the horizon of the self. When the locomotive's whistle finally sounds in the distance, it seems less a mechanical call than a dream's herald. The traveler boards, finding an empty compartment. As the train gently lurches forward, the station lamps recede and the world outside awakens. Through the window, pine trees, wet from last night's rain, blur into watercolor greens. The smell of pine after rain evokes a sudden flood of memory. Not personal memory alone, but something deeper, ancestral. The traveler opens the old journal on their lap, its pages filled with sketches of arrowheads, snippets of ancient songs, and pressed wildflowers. Each artifact and word is like a key. The train's rhythm on the tracks becomes the heartbeat of the land itself. With a slow blink, the traveler drifts into a waking dream, embarking on a journey through the layers of time and across the vast continent that will come to be known as America. In the dream vision, the traveler finds themselves in a dawn, 15,000 years ago, on the edge of a primal forest, a band of people moves quietly across a tundra of scrub and ice. These are the first footsteps in America, families of the Paleolithic age following herds of mammoth and bison into a new world. They came from another continent, trekking across a land bridge called Beringia that once connected Siberia to Alaska during the last ice age. We see them wrapped in fur against a chilly wind, children holding parents' hands. They leave footprints in fresh snow that will thaw and vanish by midday. Yet those footprints mark the beginning of human memory on this land. According to traditional theory, these early hunter-gatherers crossed the Bering Strait land bridge when sea levels dropped and then journeyed south through an ice-free corridor as the glaciers retreated. Generation by generation, they explored deeper into the continent, reaching coastlines, mountains, and great rivers. Their campsites dot a path from Alaska's shores to the plains and woodlands far beyond. In the crisp air, a young woman of the tribe lifts her eyes to the brightening sky. The aurora of the long northern night fades above her, giving way to dawn. Perhaps she sees in the glittering belt of the Milky Way a bridge of souls, echoing her people's stories of how they arrived here. Indigenous cosmologies often speak of stars and spirits guiding the way. We imagine elders telling around the fire how a great bird or a divine hunter led their ancestors across a frozen sea, or how they emerged from a cave or were carried by a trickster coyote. Myriad origin stories mapping the unknown with meaning. Over time, these first peoples spread into every corner of the Americas, adapting to deserts, deep forests, and high mountains. In the traveler's dream, we watch centuries flicker, spear points of flint carefully knapped, communal hunts on the grasslands, and families gathered in simple shelters against winter storms. From an anthropological view, this journey is monumental. Modern science has traced how these pioneers peopled a hemisphere. New discoveries even suggest that humans may have been here earlier than long believed, leaving traces such as ancient footprints in New Mexico dating back over 20,000 years. Traveler recalls reading how an excavation at White Sands National Park uncovered human footprints, preserved between layers of sediment dated to about 23,000 years ago. If true, it means people walked these lands at the height of the last ice age, far earlier than the once dominant Clovis culture. What awe and resilience that implies. Small bands finding a way to survive in a world of ice and giant beasts, thousands of years before the concept of America existed. The dream carries the traveler alongside these ancient families. They traverse a valley where glacial rivers roar with meltwater and pause to carve a pointed spearhead from rosy chert stone. The traveler touches the air and hears a distant echo of laughter. A child chasing a shaggy puppy near a fire. Those children's descendants will fill 2 continents with languages and stories beyond counting. At night in the dream, the traveler looks up at the same constellations the ancestors saw. The stars are unfamiliar in their patterns, slightly skewed from our modern vantage, but eternal in their light. In that cosmic light, time collapses. As Albert Einstein once observed, the distinction between past, present, and future is only a stubbornly persistent illusion. Under the stars, millennia ago, and now, the traveler senses this truth. The lives of those first wanderers are not truly gone. Their blood runs in the veins of living descendants, and their memory lives in the land's consciousness. The optical illusion of separateness, as Einstein also noted, begins to melt away. One realizes that each human is a part of the whole. He experiences himself as something separated, a kind of optical delusion of consciousness, and our task is to free ourselves from this prison by widening our circle of compassion
to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature.
In this silent prehistoric dawn, that widening of compassion feels tangible. The people depend on each other and the animals they track. Their shamans pray to the spirits of river and eagle, acknowledging an interconnectedness modern physics and ecology now also recognize. As the Ice Age wanes, lush forests and vast plains open ahead of the traveler's eyes. The great glaciers withdraw northward like glittering curtains drawn back by the sun. Life blossoms in their wake. Spruce and pine spread. Giant mammals roam, mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths. And the descendants of the first people adapt in myriad ways. In some places they fish the teeming rivers, crafting bone hooks and cedar canoes. In others, they learn to harvest nuts and wild grains, slowly becoming the first farmers of the continent. Thousands of years spool by in the space of a few heartbeats, a dreamlike montage of campsites growing into villages. The traveler recalls a gentle scene. An elder grinding seeds on a stone meat hut as grandchildren play nearby, painting spirals on a rock with red ochre. Every detail of daily life holds meaning. The land itself is regarded with reverence, as kin or as deity. To these first peoples, rocks and trees have spirits. The earth is alive with memory. When they pause at a clearing and feel a warm wind, they sense the presence of those who came before. The traveler imagines their own feet walking in ancient moccasins, stepping into the tracks of a hunter who passed along a game trail ages ago. In that moment, the distance of time falls away. Invisible threads link the generations. As the philosopher Nietzsche wrote, invisible threads are the strongest ties. Across thousands of years, an unbroken thread connects the hunter's careful footsteps with the travelers in this reverie. A thread of humanity moving ever onward, guided by curiosity, hunger, love, and the promise of new horizons. The train ride of the imagination now carries the traveler to a different dawn. Many millennia later, the land has warmed and green. It is around the year 1000 AD, and a great city rises by the mighty Mississippi River. Dart, the traveler gazes in wonder. Earthen pyramids and platform mounds loom above the flat plain, catching the first light of day. This is Cahokia, the largest pre-Columbian city north of Mexico, home to thousands of people known as the Mound Builders. Long before Columbus ever sailed, Cahokia bustles with life. Imagine standing atop the largest mound, later called Monk's Mound, which towers some 100 feet high and covers 14 acres at its base. From here, one could see an immense planned city below, plazas aligned to the sun. Houses of wood and thatch neatly arranged in rows, and beyond them fields of corn stretching to the horizon. By about 1050 AD, Cahokia had expanded to a metropolis of perhaps 10,000, 20,000 people, rivaling the population of contemporaneous London. It was a cosmopolitan center. Archaeological finds show that a third of its population came from distant regions, drawn by Cahokia's fame and opportunities. In this early American city, Natchez, Choctaw, Pensacola, and other peoples mingled. Such diversity made Cahokia an early-day Manhattan of the Mississippians, a vibrant melting pot sustained by trade, agriculture, and spiritual purpose. The traveler's dream now witnesses the daily rhythms of Cahokia. As the sun climbs, people emerge from rectangular houses with clay-plastered walls. Women tend cooking fires and stir pots of hominy. The savory scent of corn stew and roasting squash drifts through the morning air. Men heft stone hoes to till communal gardens or walk toward the forests to fell timber. Children chase each other in the plazas, laughing, their voices echoing off the mounds. By the river's edge, fishermen in dugout canoes cast their nets for today's catch. Traders arrive from afar, carrying shells from the Gulf of Mexico, copper from the Great Lakes, obsidian from the Rockies, all to be exchanged in Cahokia's markets. One can sense a remarkable social energy here, a culture confidently flourishing, building monuments that reshape the very earth. Indeed, the mound-building feats at Cahokia are astonishing. Over a few generations, these people moved an estimated 55 million cubic feet of earth by hand, filling woven baskets with soil and carrying them on their backs to construct over 100 earthen mounds in a precisely planned layout. Monk's Mound, the grandest, supports a large building on its summit, likely a temple or the dwelling of Cahokia's leaders. From that high point, priests or chieftains marked the passing seasons using astronomical alignments. A wood-hinged circle of tall posts served as a calendar, aligning with sunrise on equinoxes and solstices. This marriage of engineering and sky-watching shows a sophisticated understanding of cosmology. The heavens guided their agriculture and ceremonies, binding earth and sky in sacred harmony. As the traveler watches, a ceremony begins in the plaza. It is the spring equinox. A line of figures ascends the great mound, clad in cloaks of turkey feathers and carrying torches that sputter in the dawn breeze. Below, the populace gathers, faces turned upward. With the first ray of sun, a cheer rises, renewal, the start of a planting season. Drums beat steadily like a collective heartbeat, and chants in a language now lost ring out over the fertile fields. The people of Cahokia are giving thanks to the earth and sky for balance and bounty. The moment of communal exaltation, a glimpse into the spirituality that sustained this society. Yet even at this zenith, the dream hints at impermanence. The traveler knows from history that Cahokia's decline came mysteriously by the 14th century. By 1350, Cahokia was largely abandoned, not due to European conquest. The first Europeans, like De Soto, wouldn't reach these lands until 1540, but perhaps because of environmental strain, social upheaval, or climatic shifts. The city's wooden palisades fell silent. Grasses reclaimed the plazas that once thronged with life. Cahokia became, in time, an echo, a whispered legend among indigenous descendants, and later a puzzle for archaeologists to solve. Its decline is a mystery. One modern observer noted, "The traveler can almost feel the poignancy of that deserted metropolis, like the fading notes of a grand symphony. Even in its silence, Cahokia's legacy endured. Its people did not vanish outright. Many likely resettled in outlying regions, their traditions evolving in new communities, such as the Natchez of the lower Mississippi, who still built platform mounds. Into the 1700s, the memory of mound builders became part of indigenous lore. Today, archaeologists and storytellers work together to resurrect knowledge of this first American city, reminding us that the narrative of the land is far older and richer than colonial histories once taught. The traveler, reading by lamplight in an old library, had underlined a line in a book. Long before Columbus reached the Americas, Cahokia was the biggest, most cosmopolitan city north of Mexico. Now, having seen it in this dream, the traveler understands viscerally what that means. Before departing Cahokia's scene, the traveler's dream self steps softly through a meadow at the city's edge. It is early summer. Fireflies wink above the grasses as dusk approaches. In this gentle light, one can almost imagine the spirits of Cahokia still present. The laughter of children at play, the murmur of old women gossiping as they grind corn, the distant notes of a panpipe, or the thump of a foot drum at a festival. The land remembers. Every layer of soil here holds traces of those lives. Pottery shards, pollen from ancient crops, pigments from sacred paintings. The traveler kneels and places a palm on the ground, feeling warmth stored from the day's sun. It is as if the heartbeat of the earth itself carries the memory of Cahokia and all the civilizations to come. With a soft sigh, that scene fades, like a tapestry rolling itself up, and the journey continues. Now the traveler's reverie unfolds into a panorama of the vast continent before European contact. A tapestry of diverse indigenous cultures, each with its unique voice and vision. The dream becomes a flowing journey through different regions, each scene offering a glimpse of a people in harmony with their corner of the natural world, each society contributing a thread to the rich human story of North America. In the eastern woodlands, tall trees filter sunlight onto a village clearing. We see members of the Haudenosaunee, known to outsiders as the Iroquois Confederacy, gathering around a council fire. Here, in a broad longhouse covered with elm bark, sachems, leaders of 5 nations, sit in a circle. The traveler recognizes this as the legendary Great Council of the Iroquois, a democratic forum that has existed since at least the 12th century. The Great Law of Peace, their oral constitution, is recited in measured cadence. An Onondaga elder holds an eagle feather staff and speaks of peace, equity, and a good mind. This great law united the Mohawk, Oneida, Onondaga, Cayuga, and Seneca peoples, and later the Tuscarora, into a confederacy founded, as tradition holds, in 1042. Perhaps the longest-standing participatory democracy on Earth. The traveler notes how each chief patiently listens. Decisions must be unanimous, achieved through persuasion and consensus. In this way, the Haudenosaunee maintain unity without a king, guided by principles remarkably similar to ideas that will later surface in European Enlightenment thought. In fact, centuries down the line, Benjamin Franklin and other founding fathers will draw inspiration from the Iroquois model of federalism and unity. But here, in its original form, it is a living, breathing practice among indigenous statesmen. The council adjourns as wampum belts, mnemonic beaded belts encoding the law, are rolled up carefully. Outside, a traveler sees children playing among the cornfields and women tending crops of the 3 sisters, corn, beans, squash, in communal gardens. The Iroquois call themselves people of the Longhouse, and indeed their lifestyle is communal. Multiple families share each longhouse, supporting one another in a microcosm of their larger political union. Before the traveler departs this scene, an Oneida grandmother presses a gift into their hand, a small beaded pouch. "Carry our story with you," her wise eyes seem to say. "Remember that unity can be forged from diversity, like many arrows bound together." The traveler recalls that Iroquois leader Kanasatigo used the metaphor of bound arrows to teach colonial leaders. A single arrow may break, but a bundle of arrows is strong. That image even found its way onto the Great Seal of the United States as 13 arrows held by an eagle, symbolizing strength through unity. Traveling southward in spirit, the dream arrives in the homelands of the Cherokee people. In the Smoky Mountains, morning fog clings to the valleys as the sun rises. A Cherokee town appears along a river, featuring a large council house, a circular, high-roofed building of wood and clay atop a mound, where 7 Cherokee clans gather for ceremonies. The traveler observes a scene of daily life. Potters shaping clay vessels with intricate stamped designs. Hunters returning through the woods with deer over their shoulders. Children giggling as they crack hickory nuts with stones. There is a rhythm of work and celebration. Soon the traveler's ears pick up the strains of a flute melody floating on the breeze. Perhaps preparations are underway for the Green Corn Festival, an annual late summer Thanksgiving. Cherokee spirituality, like that of their neighbors, ties them intimately to the land. Each mountain and stream has a story. They speak an Iroquoian language, distantly related to that of the Iroquois to the north, and their myths tell of how the first man and woman, Kanati and Selu, made a sacred home in these mountains, giving the people knowledge of hunting and agriculture. The traveler finds it comforting how, in Cherokee thought, duality and balance are emphasized. Summer and winter, male and female, the dark and the light, all in harmony. An elder tends a sacred fire in the council house center, its smoke curling through a hole in the roof toward the sky. Language and song carry the Cherokees' collective memory. Even their name for themselves, Aniunwia, means principal people, a humble pride in being caretakers of their world. Generations later, the Cherokee will endure great trials, including forced removal from these beloved hills. Yet their identity and language will survive, a testament to the enduring strength of culture. For now, the traveler leaves them in a moment of peace, a group of friends bathing in a clear creek, laughing as the heat of the day sets in, unaware of any fate beyond the green paradise they call home. On the dream moves to the wide-open Great Plains under an impossibly blue sky. The traveler finds themselves amid the Lakota Sioux, perhaps in the early 1700s. Here the land seems endless, rolling prairies shimmering with summer heat, a dome of sky so vast it can make one dizzy. A Lakota camp is set up in a river bend, where cottonwood trees offer sparse shade. Teepees made of buffalo hides form a circle. It's dawn, and the air is cool and scented with sweetgrass. Suddenly, a thunder of hooves approaches. A band of Lakota horse riders returns to camp, surrounding a great herd of buffalo they have expertly hunted. The traveler's heart quickens at the sight. Riders with painted faces and flowing hair, guiding the massive bison toward waiting hunters. Dogs bark excitedly. Children run out to greet their fathers and older brothers. Not long ago, horses were unknown here. The Spanish brought horses to the Americas in the 1500s, and those that spread north transformed plains life. The Sioux, along with the Comanche, Cheyenne, and others, embraced the horse with astonishing speed, becoming some of the finest mounted hunters the world has seen. By the early 1600s, horses had spread via native trade routes across the West, even before many tribes ever saw a European face. The traveler watches the Lakota now as they seamlessly integrate these powerful animals into their culture. A young girl pats a pony's flank, whispering thanks to it for a good hunt. An elder offers a prayer of gratitude to Wakantenka, the Great Spirit, for providing the buffalo that will feed and clothe their people. That evening, under a sky burnished with orange and purple, the traveler sits among the Lakota around a campfire. Sparks whirl up like stars being born. A drumbeat starts, slow, steady, and the people begin a nightly ritual of storytelling and song. One storyteller, wrapped in a fur, stands and traces shapes in the air as he speaks. He tells of White Buffalo Calf Woman, the sacred figure who brought them the chanupa, peace pipe, and taught them how to pray. The traveler feels the emotion in the story, even without knowing the Lakota tongue. It is in the hushed respect of the listeners and the way the speaker's voice trembles on certain phrases. When the story ends, the plains are fully dark and the Milky Way arches overhead in all its glory. The traveler tilts their head back and beholds what seems to be the very spine of the universe. They recall how many indigenous cultures see themselves reflected in those stars. Some Lakota say the spirits of their ancestors shine down from the night sky road. In the distance, wolves howl, a mournful chorus carried on the wind. Yet within the camp there is warmth, safety, and togetherness. A mother hums a lullaby, As she nurses her baby, a group of boys quietly boasts about who rode fastest today, their competitiveness masking the pure joy they felt galloping free. Here on the plains, freedom is not an abstract ideal. It is tangible in the vast land and sky, in the ability to ride far and see no boundary between earth and horizon. The traveler senses why later American pioneers would idolize this feeling. But for the Lakota, it is simply life, blessed by the Great Spirit's openness. Turning westward and south, the dream journey climbs into the red rock mesas and desert canyons of the American Southwest. Under a brilliant night sky spangled with constellations, the traveler approaches a Navajo Daine encampment. It's the high desert of Arizona or New Mexico, around the year 1800, when the Navajo homeland, Daine Bekia, is still largely undisturbed. Low, circular hogans, traditional Navajo homes made of logs and earth, dot the landscape near a grove of pinyon pines. From one hogan, by the glow of a small fire, comes the sound of an old man's voice chanting. Peering respectfully, the traveler sees a Navajo medicine man creating an intricate sand painting on the floor. Colored powders of ground sandstone, charcoal, and cornmeal form complex design of holy figures, rainbows, and lightning. A young patient lies nearby, and the chant is a healing ceremony, a prayer to restore hozo, harmony, beauty, balance, in the individual and the world. This concept of hojo is central to Navajo philosophy. To walk in beauty is to live in tune with the patterns of the universe. When dawn breaks, the traveler joins a Navajo family outside as they welcome the sun. The eastern sky is sacred. Hogans always face east to greet the morning light. As the first rays appear, a grandmother sprinkles corn pollen into the air as an offering, and in Navajo, she sings a gentle song of gratitude for the new day. The land here seems austere, sagebrush plains framed by distant buttes. Yet it is very much alive. The traveler notices small things: the skitter of a lizard, the silhouette of a lone juniper tree, the quiet strength of the Navajo themselves. These are a people who herd sheep across miles of arid land, and who weave the sheep's wool into beautiful blankets renowned for their artistry. Inside one hogan, the traveler watches a famed Navajo weaver at her loom, working the threads back and forth. Her design is bold. Geometric patterns in black, white, and red take shape, echoing the landscape's contrasts. As she weaves, she hums an old melody. It's said the Navajo learned the art of weaving from Spider-Woman, a deity who wove the universe, teaching that creative patience and spiritual devotion are intertwined. Looking at the weaver's concentrated, peaceful face, the traveler senses how the simple act of weaving can be a form of meditation, binding past and present with each interlocked thread. Invisible threads are the strongest ties. How Nietzsche's words resonate here again, in the literal weaving and the cultural continuity it represents. The traveler has one more stop in this tour of pre-colonial America, among the pueblos of the Southwest. In a fertile valley along the Rio Grande, adobe villages stand terraced under the sun, looking as if they grew out of the earth itself. At Taos Pueblo, or perhaps Orabi, multi-storied houses of mud brick glow, golden at sunset. In the central plaza, villagers with colorful woven belts and turquoise jewelry gather for a traditional dance. The traveler hears the deep heartbeat of drums and the layered song of the Pueblo people, whose ancestors, the ancestral Puebloans, built great cliff dwellings like Mesa Verde and sophisticated towns like Chaco Canyon 1,000 years earlier. The Pueblo dance might be honoring the corn harvest or praying for rain. Each step and feather fan movement is full of prayerful intent. In the crowd, Hopi Katsina clowns make children laugh, even as elders nod wisely at the sacred humor. Among these Pueblo people, the traveler feels a profound rootedness. These communities have been farming the same plots of land for millennium, dry farming maize and beans, handing down complex ceremonial calendars and clan lineages. Their resilience is evident, even after enduring droughts, invasions, and a successful rebellion against Spanish rule in 1680. The Pueblos continue to uphold their way of life. Across all these scenes, Iroquois forests, Cherokee mountains, Sioux plains, Navajo deserts, Pueblo villages, a unifying theme emerges. People living in deep relationship with the land, guided by rich languages, oral histories, and spiritual worldviews that emphasize balance and respect. The traveler senses how each culture is a facet of human possibility, a unique answer to the question, how shall we live here, in this place, together? Anthropology teaches that despite differences in custom, human societies share fundamental needs for community, meaning, and connection to nature. In these indigenous Americas, one finds scientists and philosophers of a different kind, herbalists who know the healing properties of hundreds of plants, storytellers whose parables convey psychological truths, astronomers who track the motions of planets with the naked eye, and linguists who carry poetry in every conversation. Some native languages are so nuanced that a single word can be a complete sentence, conveying relations and motions. Before the dream carries the traveler onward to the next epoch, a gentle reflection settles in. We are guests on this land, all of us, even those first ancestors who came over the ice. The indigenous peoples understood themselves as stewards, not masters, of their environment. In the Iroquois Council, one core teaching was to consider the impact of decisions on the seventh generation yet to come. Such long-sighted wisdom, designing society for sustainability many generations ahead, stands as a guiding light, a principle modern environmental science heartily echoes. Imagine if every policy today were made with an eye toward people a century and a half from now. As the traveler contemplates this, they recall the words of Yunus Emre, a 13th century mystic poet from across the world. I am the drop that contains the ocean. Each person, each generation, is like a drop reflecting the whole. The indigenous nations, with their mosaic of cultures, together formed an ocean of human experience on this continent. Every small village held within it the dignity and completeness of the entire human story. Every drop contained the ocean. The wheels of the dreamer's train screech softly, and when the traveler opens their eyes, it's as if they have arrived at a station in a new era. The year is 1492, and far across the ocean in Europe, the sails of Spanish ships have been unfurled to catch the trade winds. The traveler's perspective shifts to the deck of a creaking wooden caravel on the open Atlantic. Seas churn and gulls cry overhead. A Genoese mariner named Christopher Columbus scans the horizon, driven by a heady mix of ambition, religious zeal, and scientific curiosity. The quintessential blend of the European Renaissance spirit. He seeks a shortcut to Asia, but what he finds is entirely unexpected. The islands of the Caribbean, the threshold of the Americas. When Columbus steps ashore on Guanahani, which he renames San Salvador, in October 1492, two worlds that had evolved separately for over 10,000 years suddenly come into permanent contact. This moment is often portrayed as a discovery, but the traveler now knows it's equally a moment of meeting. Fateful and complex, between Europeans and the indigenous peoples, who were already here in a new world that was only new to the visitors. The traveler imagines the early encounters. Taino villagers peering out from palm trees at these strange, pale visitors, clad in cloth and metal. carrying thunderous weapons and riding aboard floating Lylan sentence. Winding I drown. At first, there is curiosity and cautious kindness. The Taino bring food and gifts to the shipwrecked strangers. Columbus writes of their generosity and innocence. But shadows lurk. Misunderstandings and cultural chasms yawn wide. The Europeans carry with them the weight of their own history, crusades and conquests, market ambitions, a hunger for gold and souls. And with their landing, they also unwittingly carry pathogens against which the native populations have no defense. Smallpox, measles, influenza. These invisible invaders spread faster than any conquistador's horse, with a deadly efficiency. In the traveler's dream, one can almost see it, the shimmer of fever in an Arawak child's eyes, the confusion of healers whose herbs cannot save entire families from a disease they've never known. The years after 1492 see the greatest demographic catastrophe in human history. Up to 90% of indigenous Americans may have perished from Eurasian diseases in the centuries after contact. In Mexico alone, a population of some 20 million was reduced to perhaps 2 million within a few generations. Across the continent, cities emptied, fields lay fallow, and millions of voices fell silent, amounting to what scholars now call the Great Dying. Recent scientific studies even suggest this massive depopulation had global effects. Forests regrew over abandoned farmlands, pulling enough calm from the air to contribute to a slight planetary cooling. The Little Ice Age. The traveler shudders at this scale of tragedy. In the dream, through tears, they witness a once thriving village become overgrown by jungle. The daily songs of its people vanished. How fragile our human presence can be. Entire worlds can end not in fire or even intentional cruelty, but through microscopic organisms carried in the breath of otherwise well-meaning newcomers. Yet the meeting of worlds was not only plague and death, it was also exchange and transformation, what we now call the Columbian Exchange. The traveler's dream offers a montage of this exchange. Europeans marveling at newfound plants like maize, potatoes, tomatoes, cacao, and tobacco, which will revolutionize diets and economies from Ireland to China. In turn, they bring to the Americas wheat, rice, coffee, and grapes, as well as horses, cattle, pigs, and sheep, which quickly roam the plains and alter indigenous ways of life. We see a scene of the early 1600s. A Pueblo man in New Mexico curiously approaches a stray Spanish Mustang, eventually taming it and becoming one of the first in his village to ride. A prelude to the horse culture that will spread among tribes like wildfire. We see a Maya farmer cautiously planting old world wheat next to his corn, experimenting with the foreign grain. We see an African slave, brought by the Spanish to the Caribbean, singing a sorrowful song under a strange sky. For the tragedy of colonization is not limited to indigenous peoples. It also drags millions of Africans in chains to these shores to toil and suffer. These notes of sorrow, however, are met with notes of resilience, in that African song are echoes of her homeland, which will blend with European hymns and native chants to birth new musical forms. The deep roots of blues and jazz. A mestizo child is born in a Spanish mission, inheriting two worlds in his blood. The traveler witnesses priests learning native languages to preach Christian gospels, even as curious native minds learn to read and write the Latin alphabet, sometimes recording their own history in new ways. Cultural exchange is messy, fraught with inequality and coercion in this era, yet it sparks new syncretic cultures that carry forward. Consider the Spanish Empire's reach. By the 16th century, Spanish conquistadors conquered the mighty Aztec and Inca empires and established colonies across Florida, the U.S. Southwest, Mexico, the Caribbean, and beyond. The traveler steps into one such scene. St. Augustine, Florida, in 1570, the oldest European-founded city in what is now the United States. The streets are sandy lanes lined with coquina stone houses. A mission church bell tolls. Timucua Indians who survived disease and war now live in a Spanish mission village nearby, growing accustomed to new customs, even as they quietly maintain their old rites under cover of night. In New Mexico, the traveler sees Santa Fe around 1625, a small adobe town with a plaza and a governor's palace. Franciscan friars walk through cornfields, ringing bells for mass. Pueblo artisans from surrounding villages come to trade pottery and woven blankets. There's an uneasy peace here. Spanish rule is only a generation old, and the memory of the Pueblo people's sovereignty is strong. Indeed, in 1680, the Pueblos will orchestrate a brilliant rebellion, the Pueblo Revolt, expelling Spanish rule for 12 years and destroying churches to re-establish their old ways. Albeit briefly, the traveler can feel the tension in the air of 17th century. Santa Fe, the overlapping of two spiritual worlds, Catholic and indigenous, sometimes clashing, sometimes blending, as when the Pueblo leader Pope secretly coordinates a revolt through runners, carrying knotted cords, a masterpiece of indigenous resistance, moving west and north in time. The dream shows the French presence in the Americas. On a summer morning in 1700, a birch bark canoe glides down the St. Lawrence River, cutting through mist on mirror-still water. In it are French voyageurs, rugged for traders in red wool caps, and their Algonquin guides. Pedals dip in unison, and from the canoe rises an old French folk tune, sung softly to keep rhythm. The French have claimed a vast territory, New France, from Newfoundland and the St. Lawrence Valley, through the Great Lakes and down the Mississippi to Louisiana. Unlike the Spanish or later the English, the French Empire in America is thinly populated, more interested in trade than conquest. The traveler sees trading posts, such as Quebec, founded in 1608 by Samuel de Champlain, and Montreal, frontier towns where French settlers, priests, and soldiers live in relative cooperation with local tribes like the Huron-Wendat and Algonquin. Jesuit missionaries in black robes learn Huron language and record their cosmology, even as they baptize converts. Coureurs de bois, runners of the woods, marry native women and raise métis children at the crossroads of cultures. One iconic figure stands by the water's edge at dusk. Father Jacques Marquette, a Jesuit, and Louis Joliet, a mapper. In 1673, they set out with native guides to explore the Mississippi, becoming among the first Europeans to document its course. The traveler follows them in the dream, floating down the great river under vaulting cottonwoods, marveling as they did at the abundance of wildlife. Herons in the shallows, deer on the banks, and bison in distant meadow. They encounter Quapaw and Illinois villages and realize the interconnected web of indigenous nations along the water. For a moment, the traveler steps out of time to see the grand view. A continent crisscrossed by trade routes, far older than the Silk Road. Trails and rivers linking the Pueblos, who craft turquoise jewelry with the Plains tribes, who hunt buffalo, or the Great Lakes tribes who quarry copper with the northern peoples who have precious shells. The Europeans think they are exploring new routes, but truly they are following well-worn paths of native commerce and pilgrimage. Then comes the English, latecomers but destined to play a dominant role in what becomes the United States. The dream shifts to the Atlantic seaboard, early 1600s. A salt wind blows, and three small English ships, Susan Constant, Godspeed, and Discovery, navigate up a broad brackish river in Virginia. 1607, they moor at a swampy spot and christen it Jamestown in honor of their king. The traveler stands on the crude fort's wall looking out. Beyond the palisade, the deep woods and marshes belong to the Powhatan Confederacy, a powerful network of Algonquian-speaking tribes ruled by Chief Wahan Tanaka, whom English call Powhatan. The early interactions swing from cautious trade, corn for beads and metal tools, to suspicion and violence. The traveler witnesses those starving times when colonists, unfamiliar with the land's rhythms, nearly perish in winter, only to be saved at times by Powhatan's people bringing food. A well-known story surfaces. A young Powhatan girl, Pocahontas, plays near the fort, forging an unlikely bond of peace by her friendship with John Smith, and later by marriage to John Rolfe. It's a rare glimpse of harmony in a larger pattern of conflict and uneasy coexistence. John Rolfe, notably, experiments with planting tobacco, and by 1617 Virginia tobacco becomes a lucrative export that will financially anchor the colony and, tragically, spur the importation of African slave labor for plantations. The dreamer sighs, sensing how even these early choices sow seeds of future struggles over slavery and economic dependence. Further north, in 1620, a group of English pilgrims seeking religious freedom braves a stormy Atlantic crossing on the Mayflower and lands at Plymouth, Massachusetts. The traveler steps into their village during the first hard winter, a time of desperation, as nearly half the pilgrims die of cold and illness. But spring brings an encounter of grace. Samoset and Tisquantum, Squanto, native men who speak some English, greet the settlers. Squanto, who had himself been kidnapped years prior and taken to Europe, now returns with a unique knowledge that becomes the pilgrim's salvation. He teaches them to plant corn with fish as fertilizer, to recognize local edible plants, and to broker peace with the Wampanoag Confederation led by Chief Massasoit. The traveler witnesses the famous First Thanksgiving of 1621 in Plymouth, a cautious but genuine three-day feast where English and Wampanoag share venison, wild fowl, and maize in an autumnal spirit of gratitude. It's an idyllic image of cross-cultural friendship, though the traveler, with the wisdom of hindsight, knows that within a couple of generations, New England will be ravaged by King Philip's War, 1675, a bitter conflict between settlers and natives that nearly extirpates the Wampanoag and their allies. The seeds of later discord are already present even in that convivial feast. Still, for that brief moment, two peoples found common ground in their humanity. Out beyond ideas of wrongdoing and right-doing, there is a field. I'll meet you there, wrote the poet Rumi. And perhaps that field was like the clearing by Plymouth Plantation, where for a season, mutual need and respect bridged differences. The English colonies grow. Through the traveler's dreaming eyes, the 17th and early 18th century flickers by in scenes. Dutch traders found New Amsterdam, future New York, and exchange Manhattan Island for goods in 1626. Swedish colonists plant a short-lived colony along the Delaware. English Puritans built Boston and Harvard College in 1636, determined to make a city upon a hill. Catholic English gentry found Maryland in 1634 as a haven for their faith. Quakers, led by William Penn, established Pennsylvania in 1682 on principles of tolerance and fair dealing. Penn makes a treaty with the Lenape that is so just it will be remembered without regret. The traveler strolls through the muddy streets of Philadelphia in the 1730s, amazed at how quickly it has grown into a bustling, cosmopolitan town of printers, silversmiths, and philosophers. There, a young Benjamin Franklin operates a printing press, setting type by hand. Dust motes drift in the slanting sunlight from the shop's window as Franklin pulls a freshly inked broadside from the press bed. It may be a copy of Poor Richard's Almanac with its witty proverbs and practical wisdom. Franklin wipes sweat from his brow, and in that moment the traveler sees the birth of a new kind of American identity. Pragmatic, inventive, self-educated, and community-minded. Franklin will go on to harness lightning literally with his kite experiment and figuratively as a revolutionary thinker. The 13 British colonies along the Atlantic seaboard each have distinct characters. From the plantations of the South, where enslaved Africans labor in tobacco, rice, and indigo fields, to the merchant towns of the North, where shipyards and fisheries thrive, the traveler senses undercurrents of both great promise and great injustice. The colonies are places of opportunity for many Europeans escaping poverty or persecution, and yet they are also places where the original peoples are being steadily displaced through wars like the Pequot War and countless broken treaties, and where human beings are kept as property under the cruel system of slavery. It is a land of contradictions, high ideals, and harsh realities growing side by side, like a beautiful flower entangled with thorny vines. As the Enlightenment dawns in Europe, its ideas take root in these colonies too. Philosophers' books circulate in personal libraries and taverns. The traveler peers over the shoulder of Thomas Jefferson in Williamsburg as he devours John Locke's treatises or Montesquieu's Spirit of the Laws. In a candlelit Boston study, young John Adams reads Cicero and dreams of Republican virtue. In a Philadelphia coffeehouse at dusk, pamphleteers debate the rights of Englishmen and the latest essays of Voltaire or Rousseau. There's a hum of intellectual energy. The colonists are becoming thinkers, not just subject. The great scientific mind of Isaac Newton is revered. The spiritual sermons of the Great Awakening move hearts toward notions of equality under God. The traveler realizes that a new society is in the making. One foot in old world tradition, another in new world innovation, and the ground beneath increasingly shaken by the desire for self-determination. By the mid-1700s, the colonies are drawn into the rivalry of empires. The traveler sees red-coated British soldiers and blue-coated French soldiers fighting in the dense forests of upstate New York, the French and Indian War, 1754–1753, a conflict that ends French colonial power in North America. The British victory is decisive, but costly. To cover war debts, Britain imposes taxes on the colonies, the Stamp Act, Townshend Acts, etc., inadvertently stoking the fires of resentment. Here, the traveler feels the winds of change picking up speed. In a Boston tavern, a group of articulate troublemakers, Samuel Adams, Paul Revere, and others, plot resistance over pints of ale. They call themselves Sons of Liberty and speak of ancient rights and recent oppressions. The traveler notices a broadsheet on the wall, quoting the English jurist Coke. A man's home is his castle, a phrase kindling the idea that not even a king may intrude without consent. The temperature of discourse rises. A phrase echoes, no taxation without representation. It's on many lips after Britain levies duties on everyday items like tea. And so, one crisp December night in 1773, the traveler finds themselves on the docks of Boston. A crowd of colonists, thinly disguised as Mohawk Indians, clamber aboard the East India Company's ships and hoist heavy chests of tea. With whoops and a defiant joy, they hack them open and dump the tea into the harbor. The Boston Tea Party has begun. moonlight silvering the scene. The traveler catches the determined grin of a young man as he tosses a handful of tea leaves like confetti into the sea. It's a protest at once serious and absurd, a theatrical rebellion that will provoke Britain's ire. In the still night, the tea leaves drift and stain the water. The traveler senses that these ripples will spread far beyond Boston. Indeed, Britain responds with punitive laws, the intolerable acts, and colonies rally in solidarity with Massachusetts. By 1775, the tension is at a breaking point. On an April dawn at Lexington Green, the traveler watches embattled farmers face British troops. Someone fires, the shot heard round the world, and the American Revolution ignites. The traveler's heart pounds witnessing the fierce skirmishes, plumes of musket smoke glowing in sunrise light. War has come, but our narrative focuses less on the battles than the philosophical fire behind them. In summer of 1776, the traveler stands in the sweltering assembly room of the Pennsylvania State House, Independence Hall, in Philadelphia. There, delegates from the 13 colonies debate a momentous question. Independent. The air crackles with ideas of liberty and justice. Thomas Jefferson, just 33 years old, quill in hand, crafts a document for the ages. We glimpse him late at night, window open to a warm June breeze, as he polishes the words. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain alienable rights. He draws inspiration from Locke's assertion of life, liberty, and property, transforming it into life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, a phrase both humble and audacious. Jefferson's mind is a sponge of the Enlightenment, soaked in concepts of natural rights and social contracts. He has read Montesquieu on separation of powers, Voltaire on freedom of thought, and perhaps even Spinoza, who a century earlier wrote, "The highest activity a human being can attain is learning for understanding, because to understand is to be free." These ideals seep into the Declaration of Independence, making it not just a list of grievances against King George III, but a universal manifesto of human right. On July 4th, 1776, in the dream, the traveler hears the Liberty Bell toll and the Declaration read aloud to a crowd in Philadelphia. There is a hush, then a swell of exultation. People cheer. Church bells ring out from New Hampshire to Georgia, and reportedly far away in Europe. When news arrives, Kant, the great philosopher, will say that nothing inspires him more than this revolution of a nation of philosophers. The traveler catches sight of Benjamin Franklin winking at a tearful John Adams. Franklin murmurs, "We must all hang together, or assuredly we shall all hang separately," a bit of his trademark wit to cut the tension. For they all know the gravity. By declaring independence, they have signed their own treason death warrants should the cause fail. The war that follows is brutal and uncertain. The traveler's dream spares some of the gore, but imparts the struggle. The long winters at Valley Forge, where George Washington's Continental Army shivers in log huts, wrapping their bleeding feet in rags, yet emerging steeled and trained, thanks to Baron von Steuben's drills. By spring, Washington looms large in the dream, not as a statue, but as a quiet, resolute man on horseback, his cloak whipping in icy wind as he surveys his ragtag troops with empathy and determination. He is often called the American Cincinnatus, willing to relinquish power after victory, a new model of leadership in an age of kings. The traveler also sees ordinary patriots, a blacksmith turned soldier writing a tender letter to his wife by campfire, Molly Pitcher at Monmouth loading her fallen husband's cannon, the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, composed largely of African Americans, promised freedom for fighting, charging valiantly, and Native American allies and enemies, Oneida warriors aiding the revolutionaries, while many Iroquois and Cherokee trying to protect their own homelands. The revolution's complexity is evident. It is not one story, but many interwoven. A war for independence overlapping a civil war among neighbors, and also quietly a war of ideas that engages minds across the world. As cannons roar in the distance, in the dream, the traveler is momentarily transported to a library at dusk. A colonial scholar lights an oil lamp and pores over treatises on government. He nods at a quote he's scribbled in the margin from Montesquieu. In the state of nature, all men are born equal, but they cannot continue in this equality. Society makes them lose it, and they recover it only by the protection of laws. He thinks about how to design a republic where laws protect liberty. On his desk, next to the inkwell, lies a worn copy of Marcus Aurelius' Meditations. The Stoic Emperor's musings guide him to consider virtue and duty. Perhaps he also has a volume of Hume or Adam Smith, thinking of commerce as binding nations in peace. These life of the mind moments are as critical to the founding of America as any musket volley. The traveler absorbs how ideas gave the revolutionaries strength. Tom Paine's pamphlet, Common Sense, for example, selling 100,000 copies in 1776, and electrifying the public with plain arguments for freedom. Paine wrote with prophetic urgency, "We have it in our power to begin the world over again. The birthday of a new world is at hand." Dan. Those words echo through the colonies, reaching even the illiterate via public readings. The traveler imagines a quiet farm, a family gathered by the hearth as a neighbor reads Paine's words aloud by firelight. Eyes shine with hope and resolve. The concept of rebirth, a new world born, resonates deeply. Hannah Arendt, centuries later, would capture it philosophically. The miracle that saves the world is ultimately the fact of natality, the birth of new people, and the new beginning. Only the full experience of this capacity can bestow upon human affairs faith and hope. In 1776, an entire nation is in natality, being born in blood and ideals, granting those who partake in it an enduring faith and hope. In 1781, the dream shows the final major act of the war, the siege of Yorktown. The traveler finds themselves on a hilltop on a cool October evening. Below, in the flicker of artillery, British redcoats under General Cornwallis are trapped, and Franco-American forces tighten the noose. The air smells of gunpowder and damp earth. A French officer, perhaps the Marquis de Lafayette, youthful and ardent, stands beside a weathered American general as they direct the bombardment. The stars above are brilliant, indifferent, yet one feels destiny in the constellation of events. When Cornwallis's drummer finally beats the parley and the British raise a white flag, the war is effectively won. America is free. The traveler hears a Continental Army band striking up. The world turned upside down as British troops march out and surrender. Some weep from relief, others from sorrow at comrades lost. Washington, watching the ceremony, does not exult. He simply removes his hat and bows to the vanquished in a gesture of respect. This is the new ethos, the traveler thinks. No tyrant defeated tyranny here, but rather a coalition of the willing defeated an empire's will. And they dream not of replacing one tyranny with another, but of a new order entirely. Independence won, the traveler feels the thrill of possibility, but also the weight of responsibility that now settles on the former colonies. Freedom is a beginning, not an end, and how the Americans choose to use that freedom will define them. Jean-Paul Sartre later encapsulated it as, "Freedom is what you do with what's been done to you." Having shed the colonial yoke, the Americans must now craft their own destiny out of the circumstances handed to them, some advantageous, some dire. The traveler sees this clearly in 1783. As the Treaty of Paris is signed, boundaries are drawn granting the U.S. vast lands east of the Mississippi. The British Empire acknowledges the new nation's existence. Yet internally, the country is fragile. War debt crushes the economy. A loose Articles of Confederation binds the states weakly. Frontier settlers clash with native nations in the Ohio Valley. And the question of slavery festers as a moral and political quandary. In some northern states, steps toward emancipation begin, while the South entrench further. It is a rebirth fraught with birth pangs. In 1787, the traveler's dream centers on Philadelphia once more. In the height of a sweltering summer, delegates from 12 states, Rhode Island abstains, have gathered to revise the government, but they quickly decide to draft an entirely new constitution. This constitutional convention is like a great symphony of ideas, often discordant, but aiming for harmony. The traveler walks among the pillars of the State House, listening in on debates. There is James Madison, small in stature, but huge in intellect, arguing for a strong federal system that still checks tyranny through checks and balances, drawing on Montesquieu's spirit. Alexander Hamilton makes an impassioned case for energetic executive power and economic vitality, channeling perhaps a pragmatic Machiavellian streak with Enlightenment flair. Roger Sherman mediates with the Connecticut Compromise, balancing big and small state interests by creating a bicameral legislature, one house by population, one with equal state votes. And there in the president's chair is George Washington, lending his gravitas largely in silence, but the mere fact of his presence keeps the debate civil and focused. The traveler notes the deep imperfections. The Constitution emerging includes protections for slavery, a bitter pill like the Three-Fifths Compromise, acknowledging enslaved people only fractionally for representation, a tragic stain for a nation founded on equality. It is, as some framers say, a document born of necessary compromise. Franklin, at 81, remarks that he doesn't approve of every part, but doubtless no better constitution could be framed. When the draft is signed on September 17, 1787, Franklin famously quips about the sun painted on the back of Washington's chair. I have often looked at that sun hung behind the president without being able to tell whether it was rising or setting. But now I have the happiness to know it is a rising sun. The traveler feels the optimism in that statement, an acknowledgement that this new government is an experiment, not guaranteed to succeed, but full of dawn-like promise. Indeed, the United States Constitution, once ratified by the states and amended with a Bill of Rights in 1791, becomes a luminous achievement of political science. It sets up a system where power is divided and balanced among legislative, executive, and judiciary, where federal and state sovereignty maintain a dynamic tension, and where individual liberties, speech, press, religion, assembly, petition, due process, etc., are enshrined against infringement. It is a triumph of Enlightenment reason applied to governance, though limited by the worldview of its time. Women, enslaved Africans, indigenous people are not accorded the equality it espouses, even so, it establishes principles and mechanisms that will allow future generations to push the nation closer to those ideals over time. In writing the Constitution, the founders might have heeded the wisdom of Spinoza's maxim, if you want the present to be different from the past, study the past. They studied history's failures, Athens' chaos, Rome's fall, Europe's tyranny, and attempted to craft a system to avoid those pitfalls. To understand is to be free, Spinoza said, and by understanding human nature's temptations and flaws, the founders sought to free their new nation from repeating old mistakes. The dream now brings the traveler to New York City, April 30th, 1789. A crowd gathers on Wall Street as George Washington is inaugurated the first president of the United States on the balcony of Federal Hall. The traveler stands amid excited onlookers and hears Washington's voice, low and resonant, reciting the oath of office. This is more than a mere ceremony. It's a statement to the world that the U.S. is not a disordered republic destined to collapse, but one that believes in the orderly transfer of power under law. Washington's presidency sets precedents at every turn. The traveler sees him later, alone in his study at night, agonizing over how to act so as not to drift into monarchical habits. He insists on being called Mr. President rather than Your Excellency, a subtle but powerful tone-setting choice. After 2 terms, he will step down voluntarily, reinforcing the principle that the nation is bigger than any one leader. This humility and power is something rare in history, akin to the Roman general Cincinnatus returning to his plow, and it's deeply noticed by the world. Even King George III reputedly said Washington would be the greatest character of the age for resigning power so freely. Through these post-war years, the traveler perceives the early foundations of modern America taking shape. Congress meets, passing the Bill of Rights, creating the first cabinet departments, debating how to pay off war debt. Hamilton's financial plan versus Jefferson's opposition. Political parties begin to form, Federalists and Democratic Republicans, showing that even in unity, the young nation has room for debate and dissent. The traveler attends a lively discussion in Philadelphia's 1790s coffee house where partisans argue about the French Revolution. One side thrilled by liberty spreading abroad, the other horrified by the guillotine's excesses. These debates sharpen American political philosophy and identity. They also yield compromises that shape geography. A famous dinner bargain between Hamilton, Jefferson, and Madison places the new national capital on the Potomac, creating Washington, D.C., in exchange for federal assumption of state debts, blending financial pragmatism with regional concession. On the streets, the traveler notices everyday life in this early republic. Printers hawking newspapers with names like the Federalist Gazette or the National Intelligencer, reflecting a now remarkably free press that often savagely lampoons even Washington and Adams. There are cobblers, blacksmiths, and millers plying trades much as they did before, but now they hang signs like Liberty Forge or Independence Tavern, the Revolution's lexicon infusing the mundane. Women like Abigail Adams urge their husbands to remember the ladies in the new laws, sowing early seeds of women's rights. And pioneers stream westward through the Cumberland Gap, across the Appalachian Mountains, signaling the young nation's expansionist restlessness. The traveler sees families in canvas-topped wagons heading into Kentucky and Tennessee, faces set with determination to clear new farms in fertile valleys that Native Americans have called home for millennia. This opens another chapter of conflict, the Northwest Indian War, the trail of tears to come. But in 1790, it is still largely a hopeful exodus for the settlers, albeit ominous for the tribes. Amidst all this, what of philosophy, memory, and rebirth? The traveler senses that America's founding is not a one-time event, but a continuing process, a constant becoming, like a morning train journey that must be retaken each day. The American experiment demands renewal by each generation. The founders themselves wrote mechanisms for amendment and change into their constitution, implicitly acknowledging that they were not infallible or omniscient. They had started something. It would be up to their successors to refine it. As years pass, the traveler notes with some amazement how the ideals declared in 1776 begin to inspire others. The French in 1789, with liberté, égalité, fraternité. Latin American independence leaders in the early 1800s looked
to Washington as a model. One even names a country Bolivia after their own general believer, akin to how Americans.
The ideas take on lives of their own, beyond borders. Yet within America, shadows remain. The dream acknowledges the unfinished business. Enslaved African Americans remain in chains in a nation that proclaimed all men created equal, a contradiction that will eventually rend the country in the Civil War. Native Americans, despite earlier hopes of coexistence, find themselves increasingly pushed out or confined as the U.S. expands, a wound of injustice that will never fully heal. Women who contributed so much to the war and the economy still lack formal political voice. These unresolved issues lurk like ghosts at the feast of freedom, reminders that the journey toward true liberty and justice for all is long and arduous. In the dream's final vignette, it is a quiet library at dusk, perhaps in the 1820s, a grandchild of the Revolution. Now, a young student at Harvard or Virginia sits by a tall window reading By the Last Light. On his desk are books by Dostoevsky, Nietzsche, Rumi, Sartre, Hannah Arendt. As if magically, the traveler sees works from the future as well, symbolically present. This student contemplates the sweep of what has happened in his country over the past 50 years. Outside the window, fireflies blink on the campus green, and the first stars appear. The student muses, as beauty saved the world, as Dostoevsky said it would. The beauty of ideals, the beauty of courage. Perhaps these saved this new world from tyranny. He recalls a line he read, "Beauty will save the world," an enigmatic promise that maybe the beauty of freedom and the human spirit can indeed redeem even the darkest of times. He also ponders Nietzsche's words, "Invisible threads are the strongest ties." Indeed, invisible threads of shared belief and common destiny bound 13 fractious colonies together to stand against an empire. Invisible threads connect him to his ancestors, to the land he calls home, to the future citizens he will never meet, but to whom he is responsible. Memory is one such thread. Each generation inherits the collective memory of struggles and triumphs, which shapes their identity. The student opens a window and gazes at the night sky. Somewhere out there, beyond wrongdoing and right doing, might Ruma's field exist? In this young nation's dialogue, there must be a space where opposing sides can meet as fellow countrymen, beyond partisan rancor, in search of the common good. That is the field Rumi invites us to. Perhaps the Constitution's chamber, or the town hall meeting, or the simple act of neighbors helping neighbors are manifestations of that field where souls lie down in the grass and recognize their unity. He thinks of Sartre. Man is condemned to be free, because once thrown into the world, he is responsible for everything he does. Now Americans are free and carry the weight of that freedom to make of their society something noble or to squander it. Responsibility and freedom are two sides of the same coin. He turns to the closing lines of a letter from his grandmother, who, unbeknownst to him, echoes Arendt's notion. Every generation is a new birth, a new chance to renew the world. Remember that hope lives as long as new eyes see the dawn. He smiles, understanding that his grandmother means each of us is born to begin again, to bring something fresh and good into this old world. Finally, he remembers a quote from Yunus Emre that his grandfather, a veteran of the revolution, loved to repeat. "I am the drop that contains the ocean." As he whispers this to himself, the student realizes it means each individual contains within them the entire potential of humanity, the whole ocean of hopes, fears, love, and memory. This nation, this idea of America, is an ocean comprised of millions of drops, each meaningful. In each ordinary life, the epic story continues. Outside, the night deepens. Stars spread across the sky. The same stars that shone on the Clovis hunters, on the Cahokians, on the Iroquois sachems, on the revolutionary soldiers, and now on him. The continuity of time and the persistence of memory give him comfort. He feels connected to all those who came before and all who will follow. In that connection, destiny, memory, consciousness, and land are one. The traveler's journey winds to its end. In the final scene of the dream, the train emerges from a forest tunnel into open landscape under a brilliant sunrise. The traveler awakens from reverie back in the present as the conductor announces the destination ahead. Sipping the last of their now cold coffee, the traveler reflects on the odyssey they've witnessed. It feels as though they have lived 1,000 lives and heard 1,000 wisdoms in one night's passage. Outside the window, the land is bathed in gentle morning light. A new day for the country unfolds quietly, full of mundane tasks and unseen miracle. Office workers will soon fill city streets. Farmers will walk their fields. Children will skip to school reciting the Pledge of Allegiance, likely unaware of the full weight of its words. Liberty and justice for all. Words that are both an achievement and a plea, a guiding star to navigate by. As the train slows into the station, the traveler steps off onto the platform. They stand for a moment amid the bustle of modern life, still enveloped in the serene glow of the dream. The station clock ticks. Commuters rush by, each with their own story and purpose. The traveler closes the old journal they carried, its pages now filled with notes and sketches from the night's visions. Overhead, a single bird migrates across the sky, a tiny speck journeying from one horizon to another. Like the soul of the land itself traveling through time, the traveler smiles, feeling a deep peace. They walk forward into the morning, carrying all the voices, all the lessons, the cosmologies and struggles, the enlightenments and reflections, gently in their heart. It is indeed like a fairy tale, yet it all was real, the fairy tale of America's founding, born of peoples and ideas converging under the mystery of time. And though our traveler's dream must end, the story of America continues, written each day anew. Every sunrise is an invitation to remember and to dream forward. In the words of the poet Rumi, when the soul lies down in that grass, the world is too full to talk about, and so as dawn turns fully to day, the traveler simply breathes in the moment. A soul lying in the grass of history, full of gratitude and wonder. America's journey from the indigenous dawn through colonial twilight to the revolutionary daybreak and beyond is a continuous living epic. It whispers to us in train stations at dawn and libraries at dusk, in the quiet of our hearts at nighttime. It reminds us that within each humble moment resides the vastness of time and the light of rebirth. Beauty will save the world, Dostoevsky believed, and perhaps it is the quiet, persistent beauty of ideals and compassion, passed like a torch through generations, that indeed saves us again and again. The traveler steps into the city street, the sun now warm on their face. They carry on, gently assured, as the memory of a distant flute and the words, "I am the drop that contains the ocean," echoes softly in their mind. And thus, soothed and inspired, they continue their own small journey forward, one with the land and all its stories, into the hopeful light of day.